Alright. Wrong one. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm here. And this is going to be a bit of a different stream, I think, into what I've been making the past couple of days. This, as you can see, is Clip Studio Paint. It is a software that is used to create art. And with it, I will be making some art today. It is Wednesday, and I want to do this. I wanted to do this for a while. I wanted to make a stream where it's all about world building. We're going to be working on world building stuff, and I thought there probably wouldn't be a better way to go about doing this than to start with something I'm already working on, which is a bit of a world that I'm making for a Pathfinder campaign that I've been playing in for the past, I don't know how long, couple months now, though it's been sparse when it comes to sessions. So, as the GM for this game, it is my duty to create content that the players will enjoy, because I like homebrew. And my life's work will never finish as my toil is eternal. So, we're going to be making a continent. Well, not a continent. We're going to be making a nation today, I think. A nation that I have been sleeping on, because the players will probably not see it for a very long time. And I am here. I thought I might as well get started working on it, at least. I probably won't get it finished today, but I do want to get a good amount of it done. And this will hopefully allow me to set up some stuff for the stuff that is happening right now, so that the players have something to work with when it comes to foreshadowing, when it comes something to look forward to, right? And if you're a player in this campaign, you know who you are. Leave. This is spoiler stuff. Not really, but it will be spoiler stuff eventually. The way I'm doing this is might be a bit different than you might think. I'm going to be drawing out what I think I want for this nation and explaining a bit of the lore on the way. And we're going to be walking you through my process for how I make a map like this, because I have made a few maps before, and I'm trying out different things, trying out new things. So I might as well get started, I think. But first, the first thing we have to do when it comes to anything art related other than stretching out your wrists is we have to do a bit of warm-up, I think. Just give me a second here. Make sure that everything is ship-shape before we get going. Now, I'm not going to do anything like gesture sketching today. At least not right now, because I don't know how much Twitch and YouTube like naked people on the screen, which I will not be putting on the screen. Yes, I typically keep this one low. There we go. So let's start with just some basic warm-ups. I'm just gonna draw some boxes, some basic shapes, I think, as a decent starting point. This one's got a bit of an extreme angle on it. I like it. I think I drew this one a little too small. Yeah, let's draw the next one bigger. It has been some time since I've done an art stream. I remember when I first started streaming, I did these like sketchbook streams where I would open up the Studio Paint and just draw out whatever people were thinking about. I had a few people that would come in and say, hey, draw this. Kind of fun. Might do that again at some point. Maybe once the community gets built up more, we can start doing like Magma stream. I've never been on Magma. It's a website that's for artists to join in on, like, I guess you can join a canvas. I guess that's what it's called. And you can draw whatever you'd like with a bunch of people who are drawing at the same time as you. It's interesting stuff. I think I'm getting the perspective on this one, right? Yeah. This one's turning into a bit of a weird angle. It's also been some time since I've drawn with a mic in my face. I am one to do some art while in the middle of like a D&D session. If I'm not too busy rolling dice. This one has a bit of a less zoom angle on it, so I think it's so like that. I think I want to do another one where it's like I want a more extreme angle. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's good. Don't expect me to talk too much on a stream like this. I'm mostly going to be focusing on this. If this is more like a stream that's meant for people to just put on in the background, chill out, hang out. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. I tried my best to turn it down. But yeah, this is a stream just to hang out, chill out, do some art, do some writing, work on whatever thing you need to work on. One more. Few boxes for you. And move on to some cylinders now. Cylinders typically take me a little longer, because I'm not that good at drawing circles. Typically takes me a few tries to get to something I kind of like. This one's not bad. I also like to do this like kind of head-on perspective. So what if it's coming right at you? This one looks a little flat. I know. I always have that problem with cylinders. They often look real flat. I try to go for like an extreme angle of some kind, and it just ends up looking like it's been a crushed paper towel roll. Looks a little wonky. It's whatever. Just warm up anyways. Ooh, that one's good. Angle's too little off there. That's a bit better. Again, a bit like a crushed paper towel. Oh no, I can see it. I can see the 3 dimension. There it is. Added a few guiding lines and bang. Suddenly it feels a lot more 3D. And I think one. Do a bit of an extreme angle. As if like this edge here is jutting out towards us. Took me a few tries on them. Right, now, the final bit of this warm-up, I'm going to draw a few conjoined shapes, I think. To start, I'm gonna do a few more different shapes. They're a bit more than just a pyramid. We're gonna start with, I think. I'm just gonna start with something. This. Got a hole in it. Okay, now that I know what I'm drawing here, I'll be able to draw it better. And then one more. Let's go like. Like this one. Get kind of head on the biggest face here. Pretty basic, but a bit more complicated than the simple forms we started off with. I'm gonna do 3 more of a different shape, something more round, I think. Then we'll start. I think maybe we can have a couple conjoined circles. Like. Maybe? Kind of like a cherry. You know what? Let's do some. Let's do a different shape. Let's do a different shape that went in a different direction than I thought. No, I'm just gonna draw an hourglass. Those are fun. Bit of a lopsided hourglass. I don't like it. This angle's kind of a bit odd. If I could stop moving my camera. That's a bit better. It's a little weird. Hourglass do a little different. Try this kind of angle. There we go. And that'll do it for this one. Now that I'm properly warmed a little. Oh, okay. I will say, I've been doing a lot of work with my arms and shoulders recently, and now they are very sore. That's a good time to take a small break. Do some stretches. Before I get started on the thumbnails themselves. You name this to Alright. Gonna get started here soon. I think. I did get started a little later than I wanted today. Mostly because I finished up with my morning duties a little later than I would like. Like I said, I've been painting. Me and my family have been painting a new room. And so far we just finished getting like the base coat down. We need to do a little bit more sanding and a little bit more cleaning up around the edges. But once that's done, we're gonna get our first like coat of color on the wall. We just finished covering it. The entire thing was just white, and now that it's like done, I can walk in there and like it used to be this kind of messy room because the person who was in there had an unfortunate habit of making messes, whether it be ink on the wall or dye of some kind. And it was that kind of ruined the paint. We had to go over it with some just basic white, as pure white as you can get, and we've covered pretty much everything up so far that needs to be covered, and it looks pretty good. We're ready to put down like our first, or almost ready to put down our first coat of color, and I dare say the selection of colors I have made is a good one. It's going to be blue. We're gonna have a blue room. It's gonna be interesting. Alright, I think that's enough waiting around. Let's get started with some thumbnail sketches. So, I'm gonna take a relatively larger pencil size. Just gonna sketch out a few ideas that I have for this project. Like maybe something like the country I'm making here is a part of a larger continent, so I kind of want it to be like pushing off the scene. This is not great. They have a mountain somewhere on the coast. It is meant to be a coastal area, but I want it to be cold coastal. You know? Kind of like the Everglades. No. The Everglades are in Florida. My geology is not great. Kind of like I suppose it was like Finland or Iceland. No, not Iceland. Greenland. Sorry. Those two are easy to mix up though. Don't cut the entire layer. A bit like Finland or Greenland. Coastal, but like icy coastal. I don't want there to be a nice trail somewhere, like something like that. A witch's finger looks kind of something protruding out of a larger mass. I also want a mountain somewhere in the mainland. The reason why I'm also putting all of them in this kind of corner is because in the lore, this is a country that takes up the northwestern corner of a continent. Maybe something. This one's a bit too. Maybe something. This. Like that idea. Now this is looking good. Looks like a much larger scale than the other two. Try to do a few more. I like this idea up here where with the like the swirling element of these land masses. Another element I wanted to incorporate is like a slice in the land. Like, as if someone took a knife and just cut it. Like something like... something like that. I don't know if I like that placement. I want the mountains to be more in the center, I think. Like, if we put the mountains, like, here, we construct the landmass around it. I don't know if I like that. Like up. And we'll have our cut in the land here. I don't know if I like that. Maybe if we like have the entire landmass just cut off from the rest. If we have the landmass normally. And then, like, cut off, just like this. No, I like that idea. Maybe one or two more thumbnails to really nail it down. Looks way too zoomed out. Nope, wrong tool. What if I start with Ooh, an idea. I kind of like this. Be some fun, interesting shapes to play around with. I don't know. Looks like it's been like grabbed, torn apart by something with massive claws. If something like that were to exist, what would that mean for this world? I don't know. I like that idea. Go back to the other one. I like this idea. Maybe there's something spinning here. I think I'm gonna do maybe one or two more. I'll go for two more. Just to see if there's something else in terms of ideas that I have in my head. What if we really exaggerated that spiral? Yeah, no, I don't like it. I think that this one here, biggest contender, but I like this one. This one's not bad. Oh man, I'm tired. You do a lot of work today and you're already tired, huh? I think that I like those, so keeping those in mind, I'm going to make my sketch. When I make a sketch for this type of stuff, I typically just kind of draw out the basic land masses, I think. No, I don't like that one. I don't like that line. And then gonna go through. Add a few little bits and bobs here to make it look more natural. Like actual landmass. I want this shape moved a bit further. Because landmasses aren't perfect. They aren't like they don't tip these types of angles and lines you don't see in nature all the time. You typically get really jagged lines that don't exactly have a lot of cohesion to them at all. I think maybe this was like torn away. Like that there. I like that. That shape's good. Gonna go through and add some more interesting detail. That's not to say that a smooth coastline won't have interesting detail. Because of the way I do it, I typically end up with a lot more detail than this anyways. This is just a sketch. I don't like that angle. I think we can push back a bit. That. I think goes here. Give us a bit more room to work with. I want this line to be a bit uneven because we're going to go back through. We're going to add some more detail. I'm just realizing now, I didn't check how long this playlist is. If this music cuts midstream, I'm gonna be a little angry at myself for not checking. that we have that, this continent shape is something I'm kind of happy with this. This is good. I think that we can add a bit more detail here. I like that. With that. Trying my best to make it look kind of like something is splitting off here. I do like myself a classic archipelago. Maybe there was like a larger chunk of land here. Is that all? If there's one thing I want this place to look, I want it to look kind of broken, kind of shattered. Like something happened here. Now the land is torn asunder. This also kind of looks like a dragon's mouth. Hold on. Like the mouth of some kind of beast. Ooh, I like that. Another larger landmass here. Kind of split off. We're close to the top of our map there, but I don't know if any, or if even all of these islands are going to stick around, but I'm going to make them. Mostly just because I can. I think they are just... As far as I know, a lot of coastlines tend to have these like tiny little bits of land that kind of are nearby. They're islands, yeah, but they're not like big enough to house giant cities. Maybe some smaller towns. The scale of this map is going to be a little bit up for debate, I suppose. Once I actually start adding details past the coastline. Yeah, I like that. And then the mountain. Oh, pencil. There we go. It'd be like here or something. Yeah, this country looks massive. If that's the scale of the mountain. Not like that. I think this is a good place to stop for the sketch. This is looking good. Now, we get on with the possibly the most tedious part of all this. After I do a little bit of stretching, we're gonna get started on the coastline because that is probably the most tedious part of drawing a map, the coastlines, because of the way that the coastlines are. The more precise your measurement on a coastline, the longer the coastline becomes. So that translates kind of into a map where it's the more you zoom in, the more detailed you get, the longer it takes for you to get it done. Because this works, right? This works as a map. But I'm a sucker for detail. So we're gonna start getting these coastlines in. The way I'm doing that is using a bit of a resource that I've used quite a bit. It's called Donjon. I don't know if it's AI, it's not, I don't think, but it has this thing called a fractal world generator, where you can generate a world based off of a few numbers that you put into a few parameters you put into I wouldn't say it's a prompt, it's more like I'm going to describe it, more like a input box. Change a few numbers, you shift a few things around, you can select how much ice you want, how much land mass you want compared to how much water it's going to be, a bunch of other things like what projection of the world do you want, where what style do you want, and it'll make you a world map out of fractals, and you can use that however you'd like. I wouldn't say it's AI generated. I don't think it's AI generated because it doesn't have any training data at all. It doesn't train off of anything. It just is math. It's just math. And it makes pretty interesting stuff. So if I bring forth this here, I've generated a few of these in black and white mostly. No, just black and white, maybe, yeah. So that I can hit all of these with an overlay layer. I cannot change the layer style. There we go. Can I not change the layer style for all of them? No, one at a time. Okay, it's not overlay. Is it? No. Which one makes the white disappear? No, not divide. Nope, not that either. We're just gonna go through all of them to find the one that makes the white disappear. Move on. Oh, is it because it's like just white and black? That it's not changing anything? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I thought you could just... I thought there was one that makes white invisible. Guess not. So then I have to use the typical method. I'm just going to lower the opacity on all of them. Oh, I think I know why they weren't working. Yep, just gonna lower the opacity on all of them to about 50%. And as you can see with these maps, they've got some pretty interesting coastlines there. So then we can take this. I think I'll start with this one. We can take this and we can line it up, line a portion of it up with a portion of the map that we want to replace with that coastline. I think I like that thing. It doesn't have to match. It has to get pretty dang close, and then I'm gonna move this one above all of it so I can actually see what I'm doing. Zoom in a little, and I'm going to use this fill-in mono pen because it has that rough kind of pixelated edge, because that means that I can go over this coastline if I can use a thin enough brush. Later I can come in with the fill tool and just fill bucket in the areas that I want black. And the reason why I'm doing that is very important. And when we zoom back out and turn that off, bang! We have a bit of a coastline there. Now, this typically takes a bit of time, given how detailed I like to make my map. That was actually a pretty good one, but sometimes it will take a little bit just to get something done. I like that, this edge here. I want to keep that a bit too wide. Will that work? For that little portion, maybe. Maybe not there, but maybe here. I kind of like that. I kind of like this entire edge here. Of course, I'm keeping things loose still, just trying to keep it as natural as possible. I'm not copying this one. Yeah, I kind of like that. But what happened to my brush size there? I don't have pen pressure enabled for this brush. Why did it change? But I use different sounds, but it's fine, really. It doesn't really matter, but it is a little annoying. Ooh, I like that. Now, of course, you can't use everything that Don John creates, especially the factorial world generator, because sometimes it makes something a little interesting. I was making these maps I'm using right now, and I made one that was literally just like the smallest little island. And I was like, you know what, Don John? I would like more land, please. I would like, it was like just a little sprinkle of black in an ocean of white. Like, I'd like more black, please. So it's something more of a line to work with here. And it generated a black screen with a single white pixel. I wish I kept the image to show you guys, but I did not. There's something there. I'm liking this. Maybe not this one. I think this edge here could be used. Maybe I don't even have to scale it down anymore. I don't know about any of this. This one's interesting. It's got a lot of fun stuff happening. Like this. You need to invert it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's just... Yeah, I like that. this. Oh, more like. I want something more like that, more of this longer striation shape areas. Kind of like this, but if it wasn't more like... Yeah, no, I like this kind of shape. Not long enough. I can make it long enough, but I can make it long. We just replace those two with the one. Kind of like that. I'm liking that. See if we can find something to finish this off before we work on this dragon-like island. Ooh, I like that. I don't think that's gonna work. That's oh, nothing here. We have something here that we can... Hold on. Ooh. I like it better if it was... Kind of perfect for that, like, edge there. It's very thin. I think we can make it a bit thicker and it would work. That works, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and finish those. If we can get something to bump this up a bit, it would look kind of like a crow's head. I like that idea. This one's gonna be useful, but not right now. That angle's good. Something like that. I gotta do this to make sure that it works. Then we can use this tape here for something. Problem with working with things at an angle like this. A little difficult to rotate them sometimes. This. Put that there to fill that gap. Or is my pencil or my pen getting smaller? No matter how much pressure I put down. What is 5 pixels? That's not 5 pixels. What the heck? And this looks like more like 10 pixels. I swear I've been using 5 pixels this whole time. What the heck? That's different. As you can see, it's been about, like, what? I think a bit over half an hour? And, that's how much we've gotten done. When I say it's tedious, I mean this takes a while. But once it's done, we'll actually be able to make our lives easier. All of this I'm doing is in service of making my life easier, even though it may not seem like it. If we can find something for this, like, upper jaw piece here. I think this maybe can be used for this angle here. Let's try it. Let's flip around. is more an angle for the top of the head than upper jaw. If I use that entire, like this entire coat on you, it'd be a very blasé looking dragon. Like that. And we can use just like any decent chip. I thought I saw something maybe earlier that we could use. Maybe this shape here. Let's see. I'm gonna write it a little bit and then maybe we line it up right a little. Oh, the whole thing there. We can just get rid of a few of the. I think that's good. Let's see how that works. No, no, don't delete the select layer. Whoop. That's cool. I like that. I like this angle. That works. Also, another chunkier lines of bed. I'm gonna redo this one. I have legitimately no idea what happened to the end pressure on this. I know that there's another coastline here that I wanted. This one? That works, I think. It lines up pretty well. Get this. Yeah. Perfect. Is it? Actually, no. That works. I think the worst part about doing this, when it comes to like actually drawing out these coastlines, is definitely how boring it is. This is not engaging by any stretch of the imagination, it's just tedious. I think we've only gotten like, what, a fourth of the coastline that I need to do done? And it's already been like an hour. That and my shoulder's killing me. Anyway, maybe I should not have done this stream today. But I am determined and stubborn. Feeling determined and stubborn today. So I will get this coastline done today. I want to do that at least. I want to get the coastline done today. And hopefully I'll be able to get started on the actual map. Because this is not the map. This is more like, this is data, what I'm doing right now. I am setting up some data for a different program to do the work for me. And it's not AI. It's literally just taking information that I've set up and then turning it into some other kind of information. I flip that around. And I've immediately lost track of what coastline I was looking. This one? That works. Makes it look kind of thin and raggedy. And ah. Let's switch gears and go in the other direction. I can use this up to maybe about here. I pair it with another coastline that's about straight. Should make a nice rift. Get like a first shape here. Like that. Oh dear. Wrong layer. like line connecting them, I guess. And if there's any space between them, might make for an interesting effect. Kind of liking the way that's going. It's real rugged, rough. That's some interesting elements of this one. Turn, I think we should. Use this. Nope. We got some interesting shapes here. If I'm gonna do more of this stuff in this future, I'm definitely gonna have to add some kind of engagement thing to the stream to make things interesting. Oh, this is fine. I'll stream with this. Same time, I don't have a thing in mind, and hopefully certain people who are watching are gonna go. The first of two rifts is done. It's the smaller one. I got these smudge protector, I guess, hand guard things that most artists use that they cover the pinky and ring finger, so that your hand can slide freely on your digital drawing pad. And they're comfortable, but they're just tight enough. They leave marks in my skin. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't think it's a good thing. I am not in need of any viewers at the moment. want to work on this side here. I'm taking things down in chunks. I want to work on like this little area. What we can do with that. Kind of like this coastline, but I would rather it be for something like that. That's the thing. Oh, wrong thing. Maybe this? Oh, I can combine with that. Yeah, I like that. Then it gives a nice space here for some islands. Move into there. This real straight line here doesn't really convey what I think I want, but I kind of like it. It's something like this line. Something. There's something there. Like this here. actually also like this kind of like structure there, so I might change up my line a little bit. Include it. Give some intrigue to that coast. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably unironically the most boring shit ever. Things are gonna get more interesting once the coastline is done though. Only boring because it takes forever. I like that. I like it. Just give me a second. Yep, it's fine. This method really is making these coastlines look really good, I think. We might not even be able need to add this other island, but I'm gonna see if I can make something right there. Redo that one? Did you redo it? No, we're fine. This is the scale that I expect people to be looking at the map at. So long as it doesn't look too with this distance. Size, I guess. Should be fun. I can use this. Maybe not that part. Oh, the thicker lines back? Yeah, no, the thicker lines aren't. That's good. Really? This? There's something somewhere. Oh wait, no, it was that. Okay. Kind of like the shape of this coaster. I can find a way to blend the two together by shortening. Maybe only doing like this part. Oh no. Interesting. Yeah, I'll use that as well. Bridge that gap. No, not like that. Maybe I'll just continue this coastline like that. And just do that. Yeah, that looks good. thinking maybe that there's like some kind of, I don't know, one of those that has a harbor that crosses across the divide between the continents. This is how between the land masses, because they're all technically part of the same continent. But like a massive bridge that spans that distance. Ooh, I like this. I like this idea. Take a moment to stretch here. We're another, like, yeah, 30-ish minutes in. So far, this whole process has taken about 2 hours. It typically takes me a couple days to get something like this done, because I typically just, like, chip away at it slowly over time. While I'm in the middle of doing other world building stuff that I can't show you right now because it's spoilers. But I do plan on doing different world building things for perhaps different projects, which I will have free reign to show everybody. I think we can get this island in here, give this area like a 2 paths to go down. Let's see if we can find something better. Do this. We can use that. I think that might work. There's like a pair of tongs that's grabbing something. Yeah, I think that works. We'll come and get the rest of those islands done. Now I'm going to focus on the rest of the major coasting. On something here, something simple. That is not where the focus is going to be drawn to. But it should have some nice variation. Like, it shouldn't just be a fully straight shot. Something like this here is a no-go. Not what we want. Maybe like this portion of this, like this kind of arch, shift there. Have to flip it again, aren't I? Oh, that's the canvas. It did nothing. Unless I do this. Yes. Worked. Maybe not. That's not. This one's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Covers the entire coastline. You need to start picking up the pace when it comes to these. For my own sanity's sake and for people watching. I think that'll do it for that. That part of the puzzle. Oh, but I can use this? Oh, that is not what I want. Don't apply this information. Use this big straight line here for this rift. Should give us a good line to start with. Something like that works. I apologize if the sounds of construction managed to get through to my mic. Home improvement continues. Alright, now you just gotta find a way to connect those two. Another straight line I have. Do you have that? Nothing. Maybe. Yeah, that could be something to work with. I didn't have to rotate it around. Well, why is it thicker now? Is that just me? That works. put you here. Something that I haven't already made use of. What? What do they use to root this one for? I don't know. I think I tried to make use of it a little bit, but I reset it. It's good though. Got a good coastline on it. Flip it around. Oh. I think we'll have something that I can make use of. Alright, yeah, I like that. That works. Thinking I'm seeing something out of the corner of my eyes. No, it's just the reflection off of my glasses. I have my hair up, so my glasses are like. Why'd you realize I connected? Nope. Not supposed to connect. I have my hair up, so my glasses are like. Typically, I'd have my hair down, so it gets in the way of my glasses, and it blocks out the light from behind me. And when it does that, I'm able to, like, no reflection shine on my glasses, and I don't get distracted. But the past couple days I've had my hair up because we've been doing a lot of painting. I didn't want to get paint in my hair. And now, every single time there's like a little subtle shift in the light behind me, it catches in my glasses. I'm like, oh, what was that? What just happened? It is, different, to say the least, I think. Bit more, I think, of this one. We're good to go. This coastline. I can maybe find something. I've exhausted option. This one's got a funny coastline. This. And that is when I realized that I've been Doing it on the wrong side. It's fine. Literally fine. I can just move things around a little bit. It'll look a little strange, but it should be fine. Actually, this might be a little blessing in disguise here. I'm gonna flip this one. I like this, but I want it to be on the other side. And now that it's done, that doesn't work. Dang it. Cancel. We'll just have to use the coastline as is, I guess. Maybe I can keep this like... Oh, nope, I did not mean to turn that on. Okay, it doesn't even show up on stream. Part of a different application entirely. We'll go with this. We need to do like not exactly the most elegant, but a good one. I'm liking that much better. Liking this transition. Oh no. Wrong one. I like this. I like it how it narrows down a bit for going into that is the wrong layer. Putting out like that. Yes. Let's see it. Ooh. liking it. Oh. ABU? Put it in a good spot. No, that's right. Those are the thumbnails, not the sketch. Yeah. This line? This line. Yes, that. That's interesting. Okay. I think we're about 2/3 of the way done now. This. I'm gonna get finished before we hit the 3-hour mark, if I'm diligent. At least with this sketch. This bit here. Next step is taking it into an entirely different program and working on it from there. Once we get this done. We'll have to get this bit in, top it, and then all the islands. And I've left myself with something interesting to work with in that rift area. Let's work on that next, after I stretch a little bit, because my shoulder is killing me. I really did not pick a good day for this. Maybe I should have waited till next week to get this started. Alright. Time to get back to it. I think maybe this can be used somewhere. I should have used this straight. Oh, that would have been good. Oh well. I think that this shape looks maybe. Maybe. I like this. Instead of having this islandish thing here, we can is with this kind of scraggly bit there. Yep, I like that. Let's see if we can get something more. I don't want to replace this part of the coastline and be more pointy out there. Have anything pointy? No. You've got some. I like this kind of shape. I were to. Maybe we don't need to replace it. Oh, maybe we can just have another one of these that just stretches out and kind of follows that progression. I like that idea. Like the landmass itself is getting pulled into some kind of twisting storm. There's a lot of storytelling potential that you can make when you just find something and then try to let your imagination run with it. That's one of the many reasons why I like world building so much. Every decision you make when it comes to world building, or rather art in general, is something you can build on. Nothing is truly ever really set in stone, and you can just keep making decisions over decisions over decisions, make things more and more and more interesting. Now if I do this and that, oh, I like that. I actually really like that. If anything, all of this geology is making this place look somewhat hostile, or hostile, however you want to say it. And I'm liking it. This might work. There have been many a method to make a map. This is one of my favorites because it's like, because it's all digital, I really have a lot of control. Oh, uncertain what just happened. Flip Studio Paint, you good there, buddy? Anyways, as I was saying, you have a lot of control with the method, but I've seen lots of different methods used. I think my favorite outside of this is the rice or beans method, where you just dump a bunch of beans all over a big old piece of parchment, and you draw around the beans to create your land masses. Because of the chaotic way that beans or rice grains are shaped, they'll fall randomly, thus creating various land masses. And you can then, like, it'll fall randomly, and then you can sweep them into whatever land masses desire, whatever shapes. Once they're swept into that specific shape, this looks like a guy. I'm gonna do that again. Once the beans or rice are swept into a specific shape, you can then just trace around them because of the way that each grain is shaped. That no matter what way you trace them, the line's always going to be chaotic, making a coastline. I want that to come up and then down again. Maybe this part. Like that, yes. Precisely. The more I'm talking, the more I'm realizing that my voice is not what it was yesterday. Maybe it's the streaming every day thing, because I have been streaming every day for the most part. There we go. Now that is a completed coastline of the mainland. The next step is to work on the islands that are surrounding the mainland. And technically we have one. But I want to work on like the smaller islands around the mainland. And then, once we get those done, we can import this into a different application, and it will do all of the, it'll do rendering essentially for us. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying this is not AI generated stuff. It's an actual tool that makes life infinitely easier. Because, and the reason I use it is not for, not because it makes my life just because it makes my life easier. It also keeps things consistent and makes things look nice. It is an actual tool that you actually work in. You don't make any prompts at all, which we will be doing here shortly as soon as I get these little bits in. I don't know if I like these. I don't really know if you guys can see the cursor along with it. I don't really like these little island chains there. Around here, I like these, but not those ones. I'm gonna put something here, I think. Maybe around here. Definitely around these parts. I like this island shape actually. It was here. Actually, That's good. I like that. We can edit the coastline a little bit more. It looked like it's like trailing off. Oh, I'm gonna edit this over. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think we can find some smaller islands for this. If not, I'll just hand draw them. I like the idea, like, there's this tiny little bit inside of the dragon's mouth, like it's biting away at the coastline there. Plus, this edge, it's nice against that one. The island's so small, I doubt I can put anything on it, but it'll show up. This generated map here is really good for the island. I like this little island chain here. That'll work. Very important that at least some white bits show up in that. Otherwise, that island will not show up at all. Coming together. Really coming together. Maybe I mean, these negative shapes are also good. Use as islands, I think. This part is because those are two separate shapes. We can move them around even after we use the first one. Line this up like that. Ah, wrong there. This. we go. Looks pretty good. Could be a little closer, but I'm not gonna do that. Let's try a few other ones. This one's got some pretty good islands on it. That would look interesting if it were facing the other direction. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it, actually. I'm just gonna go with this. Yeah, like that. There are some pretty interesting island shapes. And none that I really want to make use of, though. I like this little bit here. Looks like a little bug. This little island here. I'm not gonna draw it as a bug. You can see the resemblance to some kind of bug, I guess. Maybe not this one. These legs are interesting shapes. I like that idea. Suppose that's fine. Shouldn't be picky over the external shapes. I think those are the ones that don't really matter all that much. Like this little island there. Ah, I think I figured out the reason why some of my lines were thinner than others. I accidentally figured the size down. Could explain it. I've just got a few shapes that are interesting. No. That's not a bad place. Maybe more like this. It looks like it's been like torn off of that part of land. This negative shape there can go right there. Oh, that's perfect. I think maybe a little bit more like, yeah. One took a little bit of a few tries there. Get that angle right. It's this kind of spindly shape there. I'm actually gonna append? I'm gonna stick it on here. Make it a little bit more cohesive. That's one of the fun things about art. When you find something that you like better, you can just go back and change it. You really do is set in stone. Even when you paint, you can just paint over something, as long as you've got the patience for it. That's the hard part about streaming art. As far as I know, you kind of got to be quick. Yeah, I'm liking this. I want to add a few islands around the points where those rifts intersect the world. We've almost been going for 3-ish hours now. I think if I can get these last few islands and port it over to the next bit of software and get started actually making them look good. That one. That works. For the most part, I don't really need to be using the generated maps for this. I could just go in and put down a few blobs. They will do here in a sec. I'm just using the maps to inspire a few better shapes than what's in my head right now. I say better as a relative term, I suppose. Like those shapes, I don't think I could have thought of them. At least not for this purpose. Hold on, shift here. I think I'm gonna make this one. Yeah, like that. And now that complements those. Okay. I saw this shape and I'm like, how could I not make use of that? Not that, not like that. There we go. A little bit more. Like those. Go here, I guess. One more issue. You know what? Nah. I'm just gonna go through and add a few bits and bobs of my own. Make it look a little bit better, I think. this is just the finishing touches. Of course, we'll be able to add a few more once we're actually in this other software. In the next software, I should say. I'm mostly just adding these to make this list. The fun part I find about making a map like this is that you get to decide how the pieces fit together. What pieces come from where, right? And how have they separated over time? That's kind of the funny thing with land masses. They tend to move. Not very quickly, but they do. That's not gonna work, I don't think. I think I'm starting to get to the point where it's becoming too much. A few more, I think, and we could do. that. I don't know if I like that. I think I like that better. Yeah. I saw something over here that I wanted to work on, but I don't remember it now. Is this? Yep. Alright. Now what we can do, now that all of that is done, the next step is to literally take our bucket tool and do that. Fill in all these little areas where we want there to be water, essentially. If I remember correctly, the way that this whole thing works is that it's basically a height map. The black is the lowest parts, and that's where all the water is. Whilst the white is the highest parts, and where the land is. And that's why we were using the fill in mono pen, because then you don't have to go around and make sure that all of the lines and grade and make sure that the fill doesn't have a weird effect with the lines. We still have to go through and fix up a few things. Like some of these islands are a little too small. I'm going to go in with an eraser. Make them a little larger. Also, sometimes the fill can't really get into all the areas it needs to, leaving a few white pixels. I will go through and fix them as well. The rifts certainly look a lot bigger now that all the darkness is filled in, all the water is in. Like, looking at the navigator, it looks actually awesome. Making all the shoulder pain worth it. I'll probably get lost here, making these small edits that have actually quite a large impact. Because I'm changing the mass of things, I'm changing the size of things. Of course, the final product, nobody's gonna notice that these edits were made anyways. I think it was always like this, but it will not have been. It will not have been the case. My right eye seems to love getting something stuck in it today. Lovely. Okay, there's a bunch that I missed. Go around the coastline making these small edits. Alright. I think that's gonna do it for that. Looks pretty good so far. But we have about another hour worth of time left, I think. And there are a few spaces that I'm like, I could definitely go back in and edit them a little bit further. Increase readability, like this one here. I don't think I'm gonna do that for everything. I think that's the last edit I'm gonna do. Looks pretty good. Now, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna move it over to the next thing. Leave it there. With that said, oh, there's something I forgot actually. I think I saved it as a CSP instead of a JPEG or something. There we go. Now it's looking good. I can save this as a PNG. Yes, that's fine. Now I can, if you will give me a second. That okay? That worked. Open. New. I can move us over to our Wonder Draft. It opened up a new instance. Yes, it did. Okay, hold on. Why? Okay, no. That's interesting. Hold on. Why is it doing that? I've got a map on my screen right now instead of just that logo. Maybe I import it. Maybe that'll work. Just need to find it. I saved it here, right? Where the heck did it go? Oh, this is a mess. Where did my map go? There it is. Okay. And it stretched a bit, but oh my god, why is it not working? I got a map on my screen right now. What the heck? Okay. That's so weird. There we go. I had the wrong caption method up. Alright, so this is the map now. It looks like it got a little stretched a bit. I'm gonna try re-importing and seeing what what is it? Dimensions of the town. Which canvas size? We got 3,300 by 1,550. I re-import this. No, I need to make a new discard changes. I need to make an entirely new map for this. 10 550. Theme adventure. Adventure. Let's try that. And now that we have this blank map, we import. Grab the map from where I stored it, and it looks like that. There we go. That doesn't look great. But as you can see, this software is able to turn our black and white nonsense into something legible. No. Trying to remember what I use. I think it was the paper texture. Edmund Vintage. Ooh, that's bright. Keep it vintage for now. As you can see, we can mess around with a lot of these. We can make it really chunky if we'd like. Get straight. We're gonna make it. And no. It was not the hatch pattern. Definitely not that. Hatch pattern. No. Tiered, I think it might. And we can really mess around with the colors and such in here. We can make things a bit more interesting. Uh-oh. That's how you get rid of it. Got it. Ah. This is definitely not anything tropical, but I do want things to be icy, so we're gonna make things a deeper saturated bluish. I think. Make it go a little further. Want this to be a little bit more deadish. The first one I we want things to be a nice deep blue. outline. We can keep it black. You, me, closing and opening all the things. Okay. Now that we have this, we can really go to town here. These little tools here will allow us to build up and push down terrain. So if I go here, actually a little smaller, I can build up that terrain and make it look a little better. Get any areas of mist, pull terrain in a certain direction. Add a few little bits and bobs here. I did not really need to go through and work on the black and white for so long. I just liked it. I like doing it. Once you get a hang of for how it works, it's pretty easy to add or subtract rain to make it look nice. But if I want like those nice thin rough coastline edges, I have to do that with the black and white to start. Otherwise, it don't. I don't know if you noticed, but this tool for raising and lowering coastline is okay. It isn't that great. I'm mostly just making minor edits with it. It's mostly meant to be used on a much larger scale than what I'm doing it on. Oh. Now that I've made a few edits, I can go through and shrink a few areas to increase the water. We can add lakes and stuff with this. For these larger rivers. Looks interesting there. That'll do for the water, I think. I forget what this tool does. It allows you to... Oh, you can just paint it. Okay, that's right. And this will allow you to generate something to work with. But we already have something initially. Now we can go forth and add water if we so desire. Change the water. You can make the water any color you'd like. Want it to be a nice deep. Let's put some texture in there. We also have this rivers tool, which is really interesting. You can create rivers from place to place to desire. I don't know how to stop using this tool, actually. And I think maybe I should, yeah, you have to use a mouse. I think we'll get the rivers in once we've gotten the mountains done. You can also put in lakes. You just stamp them right in there. Because it's like a random stamp each time, you can really put in a good number of these things. Trying to find a good one. This is good. This is nice. A very big lake, actually. I'm a big fan of it. And you can connect them together to make different lake sizes that you'd like. I'm not gonna mess around with this one actually. This allows you to just paint water from lake to lake. Like, nice. And dial up the water itself, which I'm actually gonna do real quick. AC bluish. And on the opacity, so we can actually make use of it. I'm gonna go around and add nice deeper blue texture. I think it can be used. Break up some of that watercolor. And yes, it does respond with pen pressure. This is a very nice thing. Gonna outline the entire thing. Fish heavy on these ravines here. I don't know how much I like the purple. A bit better. Turn the Oh, it autosaves. I need to turn that off. Because you can be working this program for an extended period of time. I recommend doing that. Actually, let's go with a brighter color for these areas. Something like this. It'll be barely noticeable around. But I want... That feels more coastal though. I don't want it to feel tropical, I want it to feel icy. So... Right or wrong. Ultimately, if you do it right, this part shouldn't really matter. Depth and everything. This we can take. Right? Nope, it's just a full-fledged eraser. It won't let you actually like gradiently erase, which is sad. This is not just meant to be used with a, and I imagine it was meant to be meant with, what was it, the mouse? I want to go through here and make these way darker, actually. I want to give that sense of steepness. Make it look like that's a cliff, not just a coast. I think it's looking okay. Ultimately, the focus isn't going to be on the water anyways. I'm just going to turn the brush size up quite a bit. And then the brush size, we got a bunch. And then hit everything with a layer of this. Just to kind of unify it. Be brighter. There we go. And that looks pretty unified. We still get those slight variations around the coast. Not, yeah, I need to go back and really add those back in. And the opacity all the way. We go. Looking pretty good. Now we can go to land, start painting this up. Now this is where things get a little tricky, because land's a little bit more complicated than water. Land has something called biomes in it. And because land has biomes on it, it gets a lot more colorful. What I'm gonna do, I'm going to mark out where I think I want the different biomes. So I don't know what biomes are gonna be in this country exactly. All I know is that I want it to be foresty, icy, and mountainous. I want things to get a little frosty. This is a northern country, so things are gonna get a little cold. Which means we need to start adding a few different colors. I want to add a nice desaturated blue that's bordering on white. And an even brighter color, just pure white, for our snow and ice. Got a kind of foresty green, but I think I want something a little bit more dense. Yeah, something a little bit more dense will do. No, that might be a little too saturated, actually. Unfortunately, we can't edit it. Try that. Then we'll make a nice bluish steely gray for use of our mountains or stony areas. Too saturated, too saturated. There we go, there we go. And up a little bit. I try to give myself 2 different colors to work with for each biome so that I can kind of mess around with the variations a bit. Alright, let's get started by putting down foresty, grassy area as a base for some of this stuff down here. Bring it up quite a ways actually, and then near the top we're gonna switch over to something a little bit more dry and use that to go into the white snow and some ice. Right now I'm just putting down the most basic colors, not worrying too much about specific. I want the snow to come back down further. Be kind of patchy a bit down here. And then we can bring the forest up into the snowy area a little bit to make it look a little bit less desolate. No? Stop it. Turn down the brush opacity a bit. I want a really kind of irregular gradient. I don't want a smooth gradient here. I want something irregular, kinda out there a bit. Same goes for this blue. I think I want to bring that in too. This is the fun part of making that. This is where things get really interesting and fun. And then we can take this really saturated green down at the bottom. Less saturated one and kind of put up forward near the ice. Let the biomes kind of mix a little bit. Because biomes don't have hard transitions from one biome to the next. They tend to be somewhat smooth as the climate and environment change. simulate that by putting down just ever so slight touches. I'll go back in with my desert yellowy kind of color. And I'm gonna turn down the brush opacity a bunch, by the way. Just kind of tap it in between them, make it look sparse and dead a little. And once we've gotten this basic stuff in, next up, we're gonna turn down our brush size a bit, turn up brush opacity. We're gonna start work on these mountains. I think, really, I'm just planning out where the mountains are gonna go. I'm not really putting the mountains down right now. Something like this, I think. I want it to make no sense, really, because this is part of the setting is that the environment is very much affected by magic. So I want things to look a little magical. The highest spots I'm going to make the heaviest in terms of value. Then I'm going to go back through with this between them. Things look nice. Go back in with a larger brush and kind of and now that I have this in, I'm going to now that I've got that in, I'm going to go in with some ice and snow, I think. I don't know why it keeps doing that, where it's like super saturated, a little bit right there. Especially where I think it's going to be the absolute highest. I'm going to put it that way. The reason why I'm doing this way is because there is a tool in the editor that allows me to put stickers down. Those stickers take the color of whatever terrain they're standing on. So if I have little mountains, I can have a darker mountain surrounding a whiter mountain to make it look like a peak. We go back in with some of the darker greens here at the bottom to show the forest approaching under the mountains. And I'm using the denser greens for this because mountain forests tend to be a lot darker in terms of, they tend to be made pretty much primarily out of pines or other trees that can withstand the altitude. I'll go in with the ice up here. Things certainly look like they get frosty. Alright, now that we have our mountain range, quote unquote, I can go in with our other terrain tools, really lower the brush size down, zoom in a bunch. Got no idea how to zoom in without the magic zoom. The ability to move around. Yes, I. This. And now that I have this really tiny brush, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna take this edge. I'm going to make sure it's nice and white, clear, that this is like raised up, essentially. Pretty much from here on out, it's just really etching in the small details, like coloring in the coasts or this cliff edge here. And once we get out of the north, I'm going to change to one of our rocky textures. And this is where I typically, outside of the coastlines, where I typically spend the most time on a map. We bring this white down across the area. Then we're going to switch to our gray. Make it look more like a rocky cliff. Of course, I'm going to go back and add some rockiness to the cliffs before. But really all I'm doing is making sure that people who look at this know that there's some altitude there. It's not a smooth transition into water. Just gonna go through, add some of that rockiness into the very edges of this cliff. I think I kind of want this to be more that. Turn down the opacity a bit too. Oh, that's still white. Yeah, I think my shoulder is really crying out in pain. I think I'm gonna be stopping this here soon. We'll pick this back up next week. Once we get the chance. see how if I can get this finished here, and then we'll end off the stream here shortly. I think I'm really liking how this is turning out, though. I think I kind of want this entire northern edge to be more cliffy instead of door line S. What we have here, I think, is a kind of fjord, and I like it. Love me some blades. I'm just kind of roughly sketching it in, mostly, not really paying too much attention to where it goes, other than around the edges. White, push that back. Take some blue, go back in there. Some blue around this edge here. We have to convey that it is cold. But I think that's probably going to be where we ended off. Okay, zoom back out. Okay. Maybe not 15. We can go up to 15. Nope. 33? 33 seems to be it. Yeah, this is the beginning of the process. We got through the tedious stuff. Now we're back into the tedious stuff. But once it's done, it should look nice. All I'm doing is just setting the terrain for when we actually put down all of the environment stuff, like trees and mountains, and that kind of stuff. So I'd like to thank everybody for watching. I don't plan on doing these streams too often. Maybe once a week. I did find this fun. Gave me an excuse to work on something I've been meaning to get done. Next time, tomorrow, I'm going to be getting back into Silksong again. We're going to be going through. And I think getting to the end of Act 1, which should be interesting. And should be a bit fun. And I'm excited. Once we're done with Silksong, I'm going to be going into a lot less, I suppose, a lot more stringent streaming schedule. Instead of once a day, I'll be doing like once every other day. And we'll see where things go from there. But for now, that'll be the end of this stream. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you all for watching. Seeing you tomorrow. Goodbye.